Happy Memorial Day, everybody, to our service members out there. Remain calm, salutes each and every one of you, and appreciate you so much. The song, Keith, thank you. I call my son in law number one. He is the only one I need. Oh, thank you, Tropicana. Thank you. You know, this is what I always say, and I know what people are like, look, you were in the military, you served our country. I never went to war. I never did. Now, when I was in the military was back in 1985. I was a youngin'. I had a daughter. I knew I had to have something stable to ground guide me through my life. And it did a lot for me. It really did. But our men and women are over there fighting, and I will never take that away from them. Absolutely never, never. And it is true. It is very true. We do not pay our military enough. They are struggling. And not only are they struggling in their real personal lives, they're struggling every day for us. How do you think our military feels to know that they are fighting for the American way of life, defending our country, and have to ask for help to pay a bill? How do you think they feel? Oh, hello, Mags. Hello, May May. Carrie Lawson. Thank you guys for coming and hanging out. Minnie Pearl. Yes, we are going to be talking about summer today. I always heard people use happy for Memorial Day. I'm very happy for those who came back and give us all. Yeah, it is sad. It is very sad. So, I know a lot of times when I talk about summer, hey, the mouse, good to see you. Hope you're doing well, doll. For sure. I don't put summer in my title a lot, but I am going to be getting into some of my notes today also, along with these the content that I want to go over. Hold on. We are going to be commentating on Killer Looks. The link is in the description. And I'm glad Michelle Walks did this. I should have put her link in the description too. Let me write it down. I will look her up and make sure that I put her link in chat. For sure, I will do that. Remind me to do that. She gets a lot of credit for the information and things that she has also put out about Summer's case. As far as I know, Poppy's fine. I haven't talked to her. So I'm sure she's just fine, May May. Yeah, you can email her or something. I don't know. I do not know, ma'am. Okay, so this was interesting to me. And, you know, I highly recommend watching Killer Looks. The diagrams and things that he has put together throughout Summer's case is really, really, really good. Really good. Of course, I am going to have to commentate on this. I will have to stop, and I have a lot of different things pulled up today. So here we go. Oh, thank you, Carrie. Thank you, Carrie. Carrie, if anybody comes in here and mouths off, please feel free just to get rid of them. I will not question. I will not question why. You're the only one in here. I want you to enjoy what we're talking about and feel included in the conversation. So I don't want you to feel like you have to work. Okay. It's Memorial Day. You ain't got to work today. Oh, thank you, May May. Thank you. Okay, so the voice that you're going to hear is Michelle Watts.
Property in rural Tennessee. What followed was not simply a missing child investigation, but the exposure of an entire ecosystem surrounding the people closest to her. The deeper researchers looked into the social circles orbiting the Wells family, the more the case began resembling less of an isolated tragedy and more of a window into overlapping networks of addiction, criminal association, unstable alliances, and hidden power structures operating beneath the surface of Appalachia.
Yes.
At the center were Summer's parents, Don Wells and Candace Bly,
Don Wells and Candace Bly. Okay, so you're going to hear Michelle Watts talking. I am going to put my overlay up here. That's just how I'm going to do it today. Like I said, I have a lot of things pulled up. If you guys have any questions about anything, please feel free to put them in chat. I will definitely try to pay attention and pull up what we need accordingly, okay? For sure.
Interviews, timelines, contradictions, and associations have been analyzed for years by independent investigators. Around them existed a rotating cast of individuals connected through drugs, probation systems, domestic instability, rumors of trafficking, and long-standing personal loyalties.
So, of course, did you guys know that Grandma Candy Hare had a conversation with a individual where she stated that she believed Don had something to do with it? There was a question asked of, let me just, I'll drop the link to this. Evil Exists got this. Let me throw it in here. You guys know I always try to give credit where credit is due. Okay, hold on. Oh, wait. Oh, I spelled it wrong. How do you spell that wrong? Okay, hold on. There. I just put too many. Hopefully I spelled it right. I don't know. I do not know. Okay, so this individual was it's Crime Stories Obsessed had a conversation texting with Grandma. I believe it was text. She asked how Grandma was feeling. She said, "I'm fine, and my sister's husband and her are doing good." Don't forget, Grandma had already previously arranged to go take care of a family member that had some issues. That is why she left. like I said, I'm finding my sister's husband and her are doing good. I am that. Why I'm here, stress and depression was getting me too far down. Okay. I'm not sure when I go back, not till I have my medical done. She is okay. I talk with her every day. She's okay. She's like me, a strong person. She is speaking on Candace in this. Okay. Speaking about Don, between us, his mouth and actions are going to put him where he belongs. No, May, it is not recent. Most things, when I speak about Summer's case, are way, way back. Okay, so this is not recent. I'm not sure. I always heard that about Emma too, Carrie, that she is a super nice person. I never had the pleasure of having a conversation with her, but I have heard that. Absolutely. So between us, his mouth and actions are going to put him where he belongs. I begging to think he involved. She says, don't feel bad. Grandma says, I just know my daughter was not involved in disappear. When inquiring to Grandma Candace, she states, you think he was not at work fully that day? She says, I don't think he was. I don't think he was. I don't know how he can have so many women friends on Facebook. The reply is Coca-Cola. Is he really all that religious? Hell no. He's not. He is not. For sure. Thank you, hon. I'm hoping they arrest him before I get back down there so Candace will get the kids back. You know, that is kind of interesting, right? So Candace can get the kids back. Now, I know a lot of people say a lot of things about Candace. But I'm going to put a but in there. I don't understand why Candace went back to him. I will never understand that. But I guess I'm not, I don't need to. I am going to share a picture that Emma has of Summer. Beautiful little picture here. She's holding her little Frozen doll. Now, I'm not sure where she was at when they took this picture. Could it have been Grandma's camper? I don't know. I do not know. Hey, CM. I just don't know. All right, let me get our eagles up here so I can get coordinated. Give me my eagles. Let them fly free. Okay, you think Grandma's camper? Okay, so let me get back to this slide. Okay, here we go.
One of the most discussed figures in that orbit is Fred, a man repeatedly appearing at critical moments surrounding both Don and Candace. Fred lived at the end of the Ben Hill Holler.
Yes. Fred, we are going to talk about, Fred a little bit. Didn't work getting kids back. They signed them away. Oh, I know, May. I know.
According to statements discussed publicly, when Summer was first discovered missing, one of the first places Candace allegedly went was Fred's property. Later,
Candace allegedly went to Fred's property first.
after law enforcement activity settled down, Don himself reportedly went directly to Fred's as well. In criminal...
Don, he had to go, hello. He wanted to go to the math heads, right? Let me at those math heads.
Psychology and addiction environments, repeated movement toward a specific person during crisis often indicates more than friendship. It can suggest that the individual functions as a stabilizing node within the network,
thanks, Lo.
someone trusted with information, protection, guidance, or logistical support. Then recently, there was another interesting statement that stood out.
Well, when he came and was wanting me to go to Knoxville and try to negotiate a deal with his dealer. Yep. Who was that? Don did.
Okay, so let's get over to that. Because I'm weird. This was the tip that Ziggy sent into TBI. The link to this channel's description. The link to this channel is in the description. It's a channel called KN. Okay. There are a lot of creators that have a lot of content that people really don't know of. So this is from KN, capital K period N period. My husband, Fred Hill, told me something important last night. This is what was sent to the TBI. Don Wells told him the night CPS was alerted by Don to come get the boys. I know Don Wells did that because that night Don went down to Fred's at 207 Ben Hill Road and asked Fred for help. Now, something a little bit interesting about that. Why would Don, if the night CPS was alerted? Okay, exactly what night was that? Now, she says, I know Don did that. He went down to 207s to Fred's. This is the interesting part. He was frantically trying to come up with money for his substance dealer. And he seemed concerned that his sons would be taken just like Summer. That's why he called CPS. And I have to say, all this is alleged, hearsay, speculation, whatever. Put in whatever word you think you need to, right? He was very certain he knew where she was, but the police wouldn't listen to him. I don't know. Let me say this. Wouldn't you think that substance dealers and manufacturers, no matter who they are or where they are, they're going to know of each other if they all don't know each other personally? Okay. He was trying to frantically come up with money for his substance dealer. He seemed concerned his son would be taken just like Summer. Don Wells was asking Fred to come with him to Knoxville to help negotiate a deal with the dealer on his debt. Okay? They're going to come after you, not your children. I don't know, Carrie. What better way if someone owes a debt of $1,000, even $1,000, if they come and take your child, they can repeatedly over and over and over sell that child and make their money back very quickly. Very quickly. Customers and middlemen will know all dealers in the area. They get stuff. Absolutely, Mags. Absolutely. So, and I went kind of talked about this before, that Fred has put himself as someone, this, in my opinion, status with the substance dealers, manufacturers, even users of said substances. Fred has put himself in a position, yeah. Okay, so Fred said Don wanted him to come to Knoxville with him to negotiate on a debt. At that time, Don did not mention if said dealer had Summer. Now, I don't know why in this, I'll show it to you guys real quick. I don't know why in this that she decided that she was going to throw Andy Bernard's name in there. Now, I've been going back over some of my notes. The day prior, Jody stated that Andy had gotten off work early. Okay. I don't remember. I'd have to look back at my notes for an appointment or something. And Jackie Dobbs was there. All hell broke loose. Law enforcement was called, etc., right? For sure. Thank you, Mags. Motel 6 lady mentioned, I've been there myself with an acquaintance years ago. I am going to go back over after I read this to Killer Looks' video. Also, Fred wants to remind you guys about the white HHR that's set at Beach Creek right across the bottom shed property of Don's for days before Summer went missing. And then suddenly that evening, it was gone. Also important is the dark blue truck with tinted windows that followed Andy out of the holler. And we know that hang on, I gotta make sure I'm back on track here. It used to be horrible. So this is what's interesting also. If Fred told law enforcement about a white vehicle, why wouldn't they have used that instead of the red truck? Right? But then again, Fred talked about dealing dope that day, going to, I'm going to call it a trap house. A couple of individuals weren't there when he got there. But then he says that the individual who was bringing him, a package, I'll say, met up with him there, before he went into the holler, right? Okay, back to Killer Looks here.
Yeah. And then the next mornings when he had called for the supposedly DCS to come get the boys, he tried to say they weren't safe there because of YouTubers. Yeah, he come 4 or 5 times that night. He even destroyed the phone he had that night.
He come 4 or 5 times that night. He even Matthews would go to motels, rent rooms, they would binge for days. Absolutely, Carrie. Absolutely. Hey, y'all, please dress your words up a little bit for me, okay? Only because YouTube is weird. But you're fine, Carrie. You're fine, darling.
Got rid of, or that's what he said, because he was trying to get rid of mine because he thought the law enforcement heard what him talking to me about wanting me to go with him to Knoxville to negotiate a deal and stuff with him.
But what kind of a deal? Was it actually a deal? Was it actually a deal to keep the kids safe, or was he wanting you to go to Knoxville and maybe, work out a little deal with the substances, right?
He was like, you need to get rid of your phone. I done got rid of my phone and stuff because I'm afraid they're listening to phone conversations and stuff. I'm like,
Don already got rid of his phone. Lord, we have a lot of phones. A whole lot of phones.
How they listen to my phone conversation? I ain't talked to you on the phone or nothing. My phone's been in the house,
Okay, you guys remember when Hunter was like, I'm smart. I am not going to make any deals on my phone. Right? You guys heard it. I know you heard it. I played it. I'm smarter than that. Right? But they did, Carrie. They did. No one lives in the holler for years and years and years. He absolutely knew who Fred was. So did Candace.
Don's dealer in Knoxville was allegedly Playboy, a man.
Playboy. That name has came out. What I remember about Playboy is that Allie's daughter had a boyfriend they called Playboy. Now, I am not sitting here telling you people that they are the same person, okay? I don't know how deep Don was in debt with those people. That's what happened to that baby girl. This is what's weird, Mags. Okay, y'all follow me. So, anytime that I walk down memory lane, I go back through my notes, I'm looking at different things, my opinion changes. I do have to say that I do not know for a fact that Don Wells is guilty of what happened to Summer, nor Candace Bly Wells. My opinion on that, even from the beginning, was that Don absolutely, somehow, some way, was connected with whatever happened to Summer. Now, could someone, was it a crime of opportunity? Absolutely could have been. Okay? Absolutely could have been. I totally believe plus he took main commodity. Yes, we're going to be talking about that too. We are going to talk about it. They are using that to blame for what happened to Summer. Possibly.
Rumored in local discussion circles to have ties to drugs, prostitution, and trafficking activity. If true, that single interaction raises significant questions. Street negotiations are not casual social visits. Bringing another person into a sensitive meeting implies utility and trust. One would never take a stranger or an outsider in negotiations involving debt, conflict, leverage with dangerous individuals, unless...
So, and you guys are going to hear it on here, Dawn takes allegedly this Playboy's property, which was a female. Okay.
that person already belongs to the ecosystem in some meaningful way. Don once said the TBI was accusing him of selling his daughter for drugs. So again, why Fred? The possibilities become difficult to ignore. Either Fred possessed social credibility within that environment, had direct or indirect familiarity with Knoxville networks, functioned as a protector or mediator type, or was considered someone whose presence carried weight during volatile interactions.
So, is Fred just saying those things to make himself feel important? Right? Yeah, you don't just take someone to a high ranking individual in those environments and say, hey, meet my friend Dawn, right? You just don't do that. I think it played a factor in the case, but not sure if it's the cause of her disappearance. I agree with that statement too, CM.
Drug culture operates heavily through relational trust systems. Names open doors, histories matter, shared silence matters even more. It had only been weeks since Summer Wells was reported missing. Don asking Fred to help him negotiate with his dealer in Knoxville is an anomaly in the investigation, and soon we will string together other anomalies that are just too eerie to simply overlook.
Now, the sad thing about it is the fact that why didn't Fred immediately tell law enforcement this stuff? A lot of times we hear Fred saying things or Ziggy repeating things that Fred said to her. A lot of these stories you do not hear, yes, I told law enforcement. I went to law enforcement, right? So,
Like the time a witness came forward to tell the story about the Knoxville scene and Don in those months after asking Fred to negotiate with his dealer. And this is where the story begins to take shape.
Okay, so this is the story. And like I said, absolutely go check out Killer Looks. Go check out Michelle Walks. This story just brought back a lot of memories of things that were being said when Summer first went missing. Guess he wasn't recording that day. He said that he was recording Dawn. Hey, Luna, happy Memorial Day. He was recording Dawn and he hears a laugh, right? Hey, 15 seconds. Hold on, you guys. Hold on, you sweet people. I'm gonna pull my chat up real quick. Everyone is welcome today. Please just keep in mind that we are talking about a missing child. Okay. That's all I ask. And please dress your verbiage up. Wow, that looks like a lot of fun. You just started that in March? Wow, that looks like, yeah, that does look. I will drop your link when I'm done. Hold on, I'm gonna write down your 15-second trivia. When I'm done, I'm gonna be dropping some more links. So I will definitely drop your link. That looks like a lot of fun. Okay. Hey, Matt Sale. Happy Memorial Day to you, sir. Hey, okay. Just a little change of the subject because that's what I do over here. I looked into, have you guys seen the new Willie Nelson drink? I will show it to you before I get off here. It's like $86 for a fifth of it. That's a lot. For sure. Okay. All right. Let me get back. Get back to where you once belonged. Thank you, Carrie. Absolutely. Oh, let me get my banner up. Wow, I feel like a loser. I've got my, well, I'm glad I caught it. Let me get my banner up for summer here. Where are you at? I think this is the one. Okay. All right, I got my banner changed. Thank you for that. Hey, Courtney. Yes. I come in. I know, Matt. That's so funny. I didn't do it on purpose. That is funny, Matt. That is funny. Hey, I don't mind having a little sippy sip. Well, the difference with Willie's drink is it's got 5 to 10% THC in it. It's got some CBD in it. It's really interesting. Okay, back to it. So, this is the story. Yes, that's it, Matt. That is it. For sure. You know I was checking it out if it's got THC in it. Okay. So let's hear the story of a victim, allegedly of Playboys. Here we go.
The witness told the story of a young woman. A young woman referred to only as Ruby allegedly became trapped in a drug and prostitution operation on the outskirts of Knoxville after being brought there by another dancer named Diamond.
And yes, I will show you when it gets to the part. Very interesting.
The account comes from a phone conversation between two people discussing what Ruby privately told one of them about her experiences. Ruby had reportedly been dancing at a club called the Mouse's Ear when she befriended Diamond, an older woman involved in drugs. Diamond eventually convinced Ruby to attend private parties, but instead of a normal escort arrangement, Ruby says she was effectively traded to a man known as Playboy to settle
Yes.
Diamond's drug debt.
So absolutely this happens. And honestly, I will tell you that I believe this story. Hey, Lisa Kleckner. I totally believe this only from years of research that I've done on trafficking. This absolutely fits in with a form of trafficking. So Diamond owes Playboy a substance debt, right? Now, she decides that she's going to befriend this other dancer. A lot of dancers, they do segue into going to private events. An example is a bachelor party, right? I don't think that we're talking about a bachelor party. And what easier way than to put a quote unquote friend into a situation as in this. I wonder how many substances that she got for basically putting this individual in this circumstance.
After only a few days, Diamond left, leaving Ruby trapped in a sketchy hotel operation alone. Ruby would go on to be held against her will and trafficked for 11 months in this hotel. The place itself is described as a strange motel-like property outside Knoxville. From the road, it appeared to be an ordinary small hotel, but behind it was allegedly a hidden lower section where drugs were cooked.
Absolutely. Now, I don't remember who talked about this first. So behind the motel, there was another building, right? Oh yeah, I'll pull it up here in a minute. Let me put it on my list for sure. A building behind the building where they did their shake and bake, their substance deals, trafficking scenarios, etc., etc.
Pills were pressed and prostitution occurred. The motel owner was allegedly a man named Habib, while Playboy supposedly controlled the criminal activity there. Ruby described Playboy as running the entire operation with several male associates assisting him. Ruby says there were usually 5 to 7 women there at a time, many of them dancers or addicts who became...
Okay, so absolutely, individuals make a lot of money out of pressing their own pills, okay? They press them themselves. They add to it what they want to add to it. They basically, just like shake and bake, right? How do we know that he frequented that house, Lisa Kleckner? How do we know that? Who lived in the yellow house? Inquiring minds want to know. I'm being nosy. What do you mean you don't know? Lisa Kleckner. Girl, if I had my ruler, I would spank you with it right now. Okay, here we go. Okay, so dancer was acquainted with another dancer. The other dancer owed substance money to a individual named Playboy. She decided that she was going to pay her debt by bringing her coworker into the mix. If you do not believe that out of 11 months, this woman could not have left that situation, please do not think that. It's absolutely possible. For 11 months, she was held against her will. She obviously, I would say, in my opinion, given substances probably the whole time she was there. She was allegedly made to sleep with a lot of men to give that money to, I mean, do we call him a pimp? Right? I don't know.
Financially trapped. They allegedly had no phones, little freedom, and almost no money because everything they earned was taken for drugs, room
That's
charges, or debts.
Thank you. Now, what we know of trafficking, what I know of trafficking, women are put into, like an example, brothels, right? They are brought there by traffickers. These traffickers will tell them that they owe them a specific amount of money, right? A specific amount of money. And they are put into situations where that debt is never paid off. That debt is never paid off. Okay. What is also sad, if you're talking about children, and like I said, I speak on this not because I personally have ever been in a trafficking situation. I speak on it from researching it for years. Hey, Mr. A, my Moroccan sniper, I seen you standing by that car, that fancy car with those chains on and, you know, that gold and all that stuff. I seen you, mister. Okay, so a lot of times, from my understanding, with children, they are, I don't know how to put this without sounding so crass. It's hard to speak on this topic. You know, no matter how you put it or say it, it's messed up. But from my understanding, especially with children, depending on the child and what they're used for, they have what I will call an expiration date. Okay? An expiration date. Some children are used for organs. Some are already paid for. And what these evil demons are paying for is to actually unalive a child. That is their goal. That's what they pay for. And that is what is allowed to happen. Now, I know that SNUFF has came up. That absolutely happens. So it is put on video and sold over and over and over again. High dollar. High dollar.
Into this story comes Don Wells, whom Ruby allegedly knew as Donnie. According to the witness,
Donnie.
Don was supposedly a regular customer who visited the hotel every few weeks to buy drugs and spend time there. Ruby described him as someone who used crack and other substances heavily, often while talking obsessively about religion and the Bible.
Talking about God. Talking about God. I've showed you guys Don Wells talking about Jesus before. Let me show it to you again. Only because I am hanging out today. It's Memorial Day. And this is how I'm spending my Memorial Day with all of you beautiful people. Because you are beautiful no matter what they say. Hey, Jaden. Oh, where are you, Donnie? Where are you at, sir? You preaching? This should tell you guys so much about Don Wells. Hold on, I have to find it. That's one thing I didn't have pulled up. I didn't. And I know there's an easier way for me to look at this chat. Oh. Okay, I'll find it. I promise I will. I know y'all seen it before. I need to release a bunch of these. Okay, hold on. All right, here we go. That is my elevator music. That's my elevator music while I look for this. Him being higher than it. Yeah. Oh, thank you guys. Thank you. Dawn teaching about the SDA church. I'm not going to tell you how. The story of him going over there. It's just a little tale. I'm kind of glad that happened, though. All right. If I don't see it, we're going to move on, and I'll pull it up and find it. For sure, because I know it's in here. Oh. Love on the rocks. Ain't no surprise. All right, I'm going to kick myself in the ass because I really wanted to show it to you. I did. All right, hold on. I'm overlooking. I keep overlooking it. All right, remind me later and I'll pull it up again. Moving on. From my understanding, 120, Dawn's mom was previously a member of the LDS. From my understanding. Now, don't forget, Dawn went out there and had people believing that the dad and Dad Marion, the babysitter, his mother, it caused his mother to have a lot of mental problems, and she had to go to a mental health facility. Mary said, no, sir. Mary said that was her mother, not Dawn's. That's what Mary said. Does it matter? I don't think so. But that is one question I always ask 120. I wanted to know exactly what Dawn's mom's religious beliefs were, for sure. If you look at Dawn's family and then you look at Candace's family, both were pretty messed up in some ways.
He brought another man several times with him who was only described as being younger than Don and always wearing a ball cap. It is told that Don may
I don't know why that muted. Yeah, issues on both sides. You know, I think, hey, we all got family issues in some capacity. Some people's just ain't as bad as others. I'll say that. Now, I can absolutely see Dawn Wells sitting there partaking of the crack-a-lacka and preaching to people. Okay? To me, no matter what the situation, Don's always made himself out to be the good guy. Always made himself out to be the good guy, right? I know a lot of people, when they think of Mormons, they think of polygamy. They think of the FLDS church. That is kind of what I wanted to know. What denomination of the LDS church was his mom affiliated with? Right?
may have known Playboy through prison connections. Ruby tells the story to the witness that Don came to Knoxville this one time already owing Playboy $3,000. He was fronted another $3,000 worth of drugs on top of what he already owed. She said Don was one of the few people there who treated her somewhat kindly.
Now, I don't remember the story being quite like that, but I'm not saying she's wrong. What I remembered of that conversation was Don owed him money already, paid that, and then acquired another front. But I could be wrong, right? Yes, Mags. Yeah. Messed up people, messed up minds. They want to do the substances and then turn around and, talk about Jesus. One thing that always got me about the SDA church, and I don't know who actually, went and read but there's a video out there, and It's one of the teachings of the SDA church. This dude red rums a bunch of people. He goes and hides out in the woods, okay? While he's hiding out in the woods, he finds the SDA teaching and, kind of does a red rummer jail teaching. He finds Jesus the SDA way and goes and repents, says, Jesus, forgive me. I unalived all these people. And Jesus said, that's okay. You are forgiven. So don't worry about it. Come hang out, here with the SDA church and you'll be good to go. That's kind of the story I remember. So if Don, in my opinion, had anything to do with what happened to Summer, he absolutely is going to, and this is just me talking, okay? I am not saying he did anything. I can't do that. He would be okay with God in his mind. He would see her in the resurrection, right? He would, state things like Summer's worth her weight in gold. Right? To me, someone like that is a person who, no matter what they do, no matter how messed up it is, in their mind, all they have to do is be right by Jesus. Does that make sense? He allegedly tells the tree trimmers, goes into a conversation about Jesus and having gone to prison before.
This visit, she says, Don offered to take her with him when he was leaving. She agreed because she feared Playboy and believed this was her chance to escape. Don has told other stories himself about saving girls from these types of situations. During the drive away from there, Don allegedly took her further in northeast Tennessee and stopped at unfinished housing developments where he had been working recently. Ruby claimed he used drugs there for several hours before continuing toward upper East Tennessee. During the drive, Don proposed to Ruby that her and the girls should kill Playboy.
Wow. Oh, I get what you're saying, 120 acres, because of the way Don speaks about his love for her. I gotta get my notes pulled up too, you guys. Let me hold on. Okay. One of the reasons my title is the way it is because I have a conversation. I don't know if this conversation is still out there or if I don't know. But one of the statements was, none of it makes sense. People and... Okay, wait a minute. Someone had to have realized not to take the phone with them when they did what they did. No phone data, no video data, no tell. Okay, now that I got my notes pulled up, let me make them tiny so I can try to do both things at once.
And Ruby
Oh,
said, no, I
no,
don't want to go to
it's not
prison
gonna
for the
pull it
rest
up,
of my
really.
life. And Don replied, no face, no case, and proceeded to instruct her to drop him off in a sewer.
No face, no case. Don is like, dump the dude in a sewer. I believe it. I believe it. Now, can I say that maybe the Don part was over exaggerated? And, you know, put out for somebody else's specific reasons? Possibly. But I do believe the story of the female taking the other female and basically hand her over for a debt. And the girl, you know, before she knew it, she was involved in something that for 11 months she didn't get away from. And don't forget, Don Wells is always the hero. Always the hero. It's like, Don, you were in that place to start with. So, you know, to me, he says these things trying to maybe minimize the messed up stuff. I'll minimize that and he said this himself, had been at motels or in a situation where a trafficker, substance abuser, whatever you want to call him, had a child that was being used for money. He said that. To minimize that, he said, but I was young. I didn't know what was happening. Okay. I mean, dude, how young were you? How young were you that no matter what your age was, you were okay with that? I've never heard Don say, and I called the police. I told my mom. What people need to remember too is Don talked about his mom managing, I believe, a motel, right? Yeah, Mags. Right? But he minimizes things. Like when he picked up a young girl standing on the side of the road, looking, you know, a lot older than what she was. He took her home, right? I know, Matt. It is sad. It's very sad. Very, very sad. I don't know if we'll ever, I don't know, probably not in my lifetime, will she be found. I hope so. I really hope so. I really, really hope so. All these cases are sad. I think about Sebastian Rogers too, and his father. Him and Don Wells would probably be best friends, for sure.
Ruby reportedly stated that Don never directly mentioned Summer Wells at all. Not only had Don rescued Ruby, he also was in debt to Playboy now in a much bigger way than when he arrived. In Playboy's world, Ruby was property tied to debt. She had originally been exchanged to cover Diamond's debt, and over time she herself had become one of Playboy's working girls, generating money for the operation. By taking Ruby away, Don was effectively removing one of Playboy's assets while simultaneously owing Playboy money himself.
And okay, so Don's a hero again, right? And this is what got me about the young girl story, that Don, out of the kindness of his heart, took her home and proceeded to go in. There were other young children there. There was an older woman there, and there was crack-a-lacka usage in the home when Don was there, right? It's there. It is out there, people. To minimize all of that, he was taking her home. He was taking her home. Weird. And absolutely, I believe, I don't know who the players are. That is happening everywhere. That these young girls are being taken, they're being given substances, they get hooked on the substances. They have to pay this pimp guy, or the big dog, whatever you want to call him. Just, it's sad. It is very sad. So I do believe that part of it, that that could have happened. That could have happened.
Don understood exactly how dangerous that was. During the drive, Ruby said Don repeatedly worried about Playboy finding out he had taken her. He allegedly kept saying Playboy would be angry if he learned Ruby had been taken out of there. Ruby herself was terrified the entire trip because she believed Don might suddenly panic, turn the car around and return her to Playboy. So the drive carries this tension through the whole story. Don owing debt to a dangerous man while simultaneously driving away with one of that man's girls. Eventually,
yeah, why would Don do that? Knowing that he owed this guy a big debt, he helps one of his girls escape. Would this person in his mind want to harm Don Wells? Absolutely. The problem is, when Summer went missing that day, I would think that another individual would know what was going down and called. Someone would have had to have been called in that case, unless they had been watching the Wells and knowing what they were doing the whole time. Someone would have had to have called and said, hey, this, your window of opportunity is open if you, do what you want to do or whatever. That's the way I see that. Because it just happened so quickly, right? Someone would have had to have known. I talked about that previously too, that did Candace go to the gas station for a specific reason? To meet someone? She sits there and waits. The person never shows up. But then again, she wouldn't be sitting in the bathroom the whole time, right? Hey, Mr. A. Yeah, Dawn Supply absolutely would have been cut off with that individual. For sure.
Don dropped Ruby off near family and she was never returned to Playboy again. It is said that Diamond would go on to later overdose but survived. If even portions of Ruby's account are accurate, then both...
You can Google this. You can actually Google this. I'll Google it real quick. Let's see. Was it there? Knoxville Strip Club. Let's see. I'm gonna just do exactly. They showed you where they pulled it up. Hang on. Let me share this. Let me get my big old face down. Mouse is here. There is the address. It is a strip club. Huge night. Diamonds and lace. Wow. Wow, y'all. Pretty wild, right? Is that a trailer by that? There you go. Here's some pics. Go to the mouse here. All right, let me get out of that. Let me get out of that. Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no. Hang on. Hold on, I messed up. Because I am low budget. I'm a loser, baby, so why don't you unalive me? There's our bye-byes. Again, I want to say thank you to all service members. I salute each and every one of you. And prayers are with you. A lot of prayers. Hold on, I messed up. My studio. Okay, I had to get back to it because I kind of messed it up. I did. So yeah, Diamonds was a dancer there.
Ruby become extremely important witnesses who could potentially clarify whether this was simply a hidden drug and prostitution operation or something much darker. According to the story, Diamond was allegedly the bridge into Playboy's world, the person who introduced girls to the motel environment and, in Ruby's belief, traded her away to settle a drug debt. Ruby, meanwhile, allegedly spent nearly a year inside the operation and described a system built on addiction, coercion, debt, violence, and fear. She also placed Don Wells inside that environment repeatedly.
Yes, that is exactly what these organizations, that's what they did. Exactly what they would do.
As a regular customer who allegedly owed Playboy money himself. What makes the story even stranger is that only weeks after Summer Wells disappeared, Don allegedly asked neighbor Fred Hill to accompany him to Knoxville to help negotiate with Playboy over
That's
drug
right.
debt. Years later, Fred would...
Now, I don't know if Fred ever said Playboy was the one Don wanted him to negotiate with. I don't remember Fred saying that name, but I mean,
reportedly be placed by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation into a Knoxville halfway house alongside one of Playboy's alleged associates, a man who would later reportedly claim that Playboy still had Summer Wells and that her father continued visiting her. Those claims remain...
okay. Let me see. Hold on. Okay, never mind.
Entirely unverified. But if investigators ever considered any portion of this network credible, then properly interviewing Diamond and Ruby, separating rumor from first-hand observation, establishing timelines, identifying locations, vehicles...
I want to show you guys this. Let me share this with you guys. Hold on. This is Summer dancing in the rain.
And observation, establishing timelines, identifying locations, vehicles, associates, and verifying whether Playboy or the motel even existed as described, would become critical. At minimum, the allegations describe possible trafficking, narcotics...
You better believe it. You better believe it. Don Wells, in his conversations with people, has talked about different trafficking scenarios. Do you really think that... Now, don't get me wrong. If you see a child in danger, of course you're going to react. You're going to tell that child, you need to go in the house. You need to play closer up to your house. Don goes to the door and tells the grandfather, I don't know, it caused a big commotion, whatever he said and did. I do know the mother came out, I believe it was on Facebook, and went off and was not happy about something I believe she said Dawn said to her daughter. She was not happy about Don Wells even coming close to her daughter. But here we go with the minimizing the situation. Don, out of the kindness of his heart, was telling Grandpa all about his granddaughter out playing in the yard, right? Yeah, a lot of people are like that. A lot of people are like that. Won't talk to a child, especially if they're not with their parents. A lot of times, a creeper will absolutely talk to a child that may be by themselves at a park or something like that. There's also perpetrators. I remember this one guy talking about he stated that when he would take a child, he would try to find the most happiest child there. And I can't remember his reasoning on that, but that was just freaking creepy. Creepy. That is why I felt when a creator went to Florida saying he had a tip that, you know, they thought they seen Summer at this park. And they proceeded to said, watch all the children at the park. It was weird. It was weird.
Distribution, coercion, and organized criminal activity. And because the story also places Don in direct contact with that alleged operation,
you guys can hear this okay, right?
while simultaneously describing him leaving with one of Playboy's girls despite owing debt, it raises questions investigators would want answered under formal scrutiny rather than internet speculation.
Oh, Knoxville trip. No.
Remember when they talked about Don and going back to his place of partying? That was hold on, because I have that somewhere. It might be in my notes. Benny talks about Don taking off when he was there. Don took off when he was there. Oh, it's in my notes. Okay, I'm going to pull my notes up here in a second. Hey, Karen with the C.
Knoxville trip, bring the dope back, have more money, take a kid with you to the Knoxville trips over the weekend, trap them in the car while you bang prostitutes and bring the dope back to the fucking holler and disperse it?
Yeah. My question is, which children did he take with him for a whole weekend?
Did Jody Sue have a bad reputation?
For being a whore.
Oh, really? Would she sell herself? Like, you mean literally a whore, or
Nasty whore.
like making money?
Yeah, she used to electric bottoms up.
Oh, isn't that a stripper place? Okay, but she actually used to sell herself.
Wow. I am not saying that's factual. You can be a dancer and not sell yourself. Okay? Just to let people know. And my question would be, what the fuck was Andy doing? Right? Obviously, he didn't have a problem with it. Sometimes you got to make money for your family, right?
While I was there to be of service to Don and his family, Don thought it would be better to run off and smoke crack.
Here we go. They have Benny on here saying it. I had this in my notes too, just to let you guys know. Let me slow it down. Let me slow it down a little bit. Here we go.
While I was there to be of service to Don and his family, Don thought it would be better to run off and smoke crack the whole time I was gone.
I believe it.
There's even an informational missing persons report made on him so that it didn't go over the air and YouTube grab a hold to it.
Look, one thing I'm going to say is, did they call law enforcement and like Don Wells is gone? What was the concern there? Okay. All right.
There's even an informational missing persons report made on him so that it didn't go over the air and YouTube grab a hold to it.
Okay, so why would it have went over the air to start with? That's confusing to me because if nothing is said, then nobody would have known he was gone to start with, right? Except for Candace and Benny and Grandma. If Grandma was still there at that time. I believe Grandma was still there. So, okay. Okay. I get it.
That I left, came home, and on the 22nd, this fool ran off again and was gone. He spent Christmas out there smoking crack.
Don had taken off quite a few times. I remember a story of Don taking off and Candace having to get Sonia, his sister, to get him to come back home. To get him to come back home. Dawn continuously said, I work for my family. All I do is work all the time. I would think you would have to somehow be making money in these places that you're going and spending quite a lot of time at. If you're taking off for days on end smoking the crack-a-lacka, how are you paying for that? How are you paying for that? Now, don't get me wrong. A spackler. He's a spackler. Hey, H. Make us a little bit of money. Right? Right.
And was gone. He spent Christmas out there smoking crack. Running around with hookers and shit.
Yep.
Coming back with lipstick and panties in the car and shit.
He did. Candace had Benny go check the car and he found some panties. Now, listen up out here. You can go to JLR Investigates. He has a police report where Don had, this was years before, gotten caught outside of this home, and in his pocket, they find these red panties. Now, if I remember correctly, Don, at some point was in this woman's garage. What horrified me about that is the woman was in her house asleep. Okay? In her house asleep. You're walking home from work? Well, be careful, Age.
Coming home cracked out of his fucking mind.
We all know that Summer.
Benny says, and he says it on shares, and he probably said it on his channel maybe at one point. I don't remember. At some point, Don and his behavior became so concerning to Benny that Benny thought he was going to have to take action in defense at some point. I'll just say that.
Wells went missing, and if you accept what the TBI tells you, it was in the early afternoon. And the last time that anybody outside of her family, and when I mean that is anybody that lives on 110 Bell and Ben Hill Road, that had seen her or seen them with her, was true.
All right, hold on. Rewind. The last time anyone outside of her family, I'm not sure who this person is talking, okay?
That is anybody that lives on 110 Bell and Ben Hill Road, that had seen her or seen them with her, was true. H would have been dropped off approximately 2:15 by her. But True said it was no later than 2:15 because he had to get ready and go to a doctor's appointment.
Okay, we know that. Doctor's appointment, schmoctor's appointment, probation officer to do a substance test, and he willingly drinks a twisted tea. Now, granted, 5% alcohol, whatever, right? So you can really, take it with a, hey, Killer Looks. Welcome. I love your stuff. I hope you don't mind me playing it. For real. You have, I can say one thing that this is just me. You have done some great work in Summer's case. I'm not trying to, kiss your booty. But your content has always been appreciated over here, for sure. RJ. Who's RJ? Oh, JLR. I don't know. JLR, I can't watch him anymore. He's not a nice guy.
Which we find out if you believe Andrew Hill.
Oh, RJ's talking. Thank you. Hey, sorry. Had a piece of candy. Remain calm's kind of slow sometimes. All right, gotcha. Conversations, living room with RJ. Can you drop that link, Terry? Would you drop that link? Killer Looks. His link is in the description. Okay.
His dad was at 3 o'clock, and I was believing him. That would have put them going back towards, not to, but towards Ben Hill Road, and arriving there about 2:30.
Right.
We're going past there around 2:30. I mentioned that there was a issue, or that I believe that they were runners. They did a lot of running, and I mean a lot, to try to gain favor. That girl,
runners. Andy Bernard said that Allie and them, he kind of knew them from the tire shop he worked at. But what I always felt interesting, it was like, dude, so you were selling a little buttage from the tire shop? Oh, okay. Maybe they just came there to get their tire fixed. I get it. All right, I wasn't implying anything, but
Taking a look at what if the interview from the other night where Mary was talking to the lab. And what if she knows something that she's trying to tell us?
now I'm going to say this about Mary, but this is just my opinion. I don't find, I'm not going to say anything mean or negative about her. I do believe what she says about Dawn, the things that happened, that she was there, that happened when she was actually there and seeing these things with Dawn herself. Where we come into a lot of issues is when someone speaks for someone else. Okay? When someone says, well, this person told me, that person told me, my brother told me, my sister told me, my auntie, uncle, baby daddy, whatever told me. We've heard a lot of that, a whole lot of it.
What if she knows that Summer's alive and that a despicable act of her father selling her happened? The lowest of low moments it would have to be to sell your own title. And that I've referred to the Wells property until the community that's recovering Summer Wells by a couple different phrases. An activity that I've always heard and come to know as a local happened. I've had a certain code or codes of phrases. One of them that I'm discussing and really talking about tonight is why I call it a trading post.
Trading post. Now, there's a weird video out there of Ernie Shell at a old bus. It was just like a one-room bus station. He talked about it being basically there to a stopover for individuals who were trafficking children off of buses. He said there was, and another female talked too, so it wasn't just Ernie. Another female was speaking also, and they were speaking about individuals getting off the bus with, certain children. None of it looked right or whatever. He said that Candace basically, I don't know if she showed it to him or told him about it or whatever. Yeah, Greyhound pickup. For sure. The place wasn't that big. They actually were closing it. When he showed it, I think there was a sign or something that said they were closing it.
In fact, you're right. It is on the news all the time. But how does it affect 110 Ben Hill Road? Drugs were trafficked through Ben Hill Road.
Yes. We pretty much...
There's a reason why Don says he knows who Playboy is. Playboy is a person in Knoxville. If Mary is right, none of this was by accident. Part of the theory of what I believe happened is that there was something more nefarious planned for the 15th. but the sudden illness interrupted and caused everything to change. This is the route.
The sudden illness. What illness was that? I know a lot of people have asked Candace if Summer was sick around that time, right? And I'm not sure if Gavel Geeks had it's over on, it's either Ryan or Gavel Geeks shows the pictures, and in one of them, Summer looks horrible. She looks very ill. And I believe it's a picture of Summer with her best friend, Marlena's daughter. Right?
If that is true, that Don Wells would have taken to get home. Remember, I said he was not at, I don't believe, and I'll say this, I believe all the evidence points to that Don Wells was not at the Meadows all day on the 15th.
Okay. All right. Let's get into my notes a little bit about this. Okay. So we've got Hunter being one of the last individuals that seen Summer that day, even though Mom and Grandma, you know, what was interesting to me about Grandma's text to that creator is Don being at home that day. Grandma wasn't there. I would think Grandma would be one of the ones that would know if Don had came home at any time that day. Right? Okay. This is a conversation between Benny and Tim Mullins. And I'm just reading a little bit of it to you guys, right? Let me see where I'm going to start this. And this is a thing that with Benny Keys, he was up on the property. He was there with the PIs, Chris and Trudy. So Benny probably was one of the individuals that he knows a lot. At some point, if I remember correctly, when that, you know, when that friendship kind of broke down, was they were accusing Benny of, it had to do with the cameras. It had to do with, they tried to say he was asking for certain information about Don, like his social security number and stuff. And that was the craziest thing I've ever heard. For sure. I really don't believe that. I don't believe that. But that's me. Okay. Lawson said that they were being uncooperative, that they had lawyered up. Benny was there when the protesters came, and he talked about when they called law enforcement about the protesters that they treated, hey, Lorianne, they treated Candace and Grandma like they were guilty of something, right? Yeah, I mean, only the people that were there could answer that, CM. So, for sure. Okay, so, then all of a sudden, Candace couldn't talk to Benny, right? Don says when he goes to jail, stay away from Benny Keys. You know, in steps Ernie Shell, who is in jail. Okay, I'm not talking about Ernie. So it seems like they played a game with Benny too, that they would text him and then they would act weird like they didn't. Okay. People, did law enforcement question everyone in the area that their phone pinged in the area? I don't know about that, right? So someone had to realize not to take the phone with them when they did what they did. Like I said, no phone data, no video data, no tell. This is Benny, okay? I got it transcribed, so that's why I'm reading some of it. Candace, she threw her phone in the back of Donnie's truck. Was it her phone and Don's phone together? Law enforcement said they knew she left the hill twice. Candace said she didn't. Law enforcement would know if she left the hill twice. Who do you believe? Law enforcement or Candace? That story came out from Prayer Garden. And she does say that somewhere. It's somewhere. Okay. Let's see. And Benny's talking to Tim Mullins in this, just to let you guys know. And this kind of coincides what I've said the whole time. Candace said she swears she didn't leave the hill twice, but they knew she did because of her phone. No one can pin her down. She didn't meet Don after. Hang on. If she didn't meet Don after hang on. If she did not meet Don after she dropped off Hunter, then she left a second time. Would Summer have been with her? Did she leave her at home and let someone know she was leaving? I kind of said that the whole time, though. I truly don't think she would have went in the house, and this is just my opinion, went in the house and then asked the boys to keep an eye on Summer when she was right outside. She was right outside. Okay. Let me get back to this for sure. Okay, I've been on here 2 hours. Give me 1 second, you guys. Let me run and grab me one of my ginger shines. Okay. Ginger shine, ginger shine. Mother duties, girl. You go do your mothering stuff. For sure. Okay, hold on. Hold on 1 second. Okay, I had to go turn my coffee pot off. I could hear Todd. Mary, you forgot to turn the coffee pot off. That is me. That is me. Okay, so let's get back to the story about the 2 young ladies, right? Hang on, I want to turn my fan on. Okay, so him taking this woman who worked in a dance club, knew one of the dancers, became acquainted. This dancer owes a substance dealer money. Now, he's just not no small-time substance dealer. He is running a higher up, running a sometimes well-formed organization. She owes him money for substances. She takes this woman and starts taking her to places, private parties, things like that. Sometimes these girls make a lot of money by going out on their own like that and going to parties, booking parties, different things like that. She ends up getting intertwined with the individual that this woman owes money to. And for 11 months, she ends up in a situation where she is being sold. She's given substances. After 11 months, Don Wells becomes her hero, right? Becomes her hero. Hey, Auntie M, good to see you.
I believe in part of the day, whether he had to put a work order in or he was calling it a day early or whatever the case may be, he would have been here at his boss's office or home. And then after talking with her, let's be clear on this. If you're at your boss's home, you're still at your job location. That's his office. So he never, ever told a lie in that. But he didn't tell 100% the truth either. It would have been so.
Well, what he said, if I remember right, what Don said about that day, and he didn't. Oh, did he say he was at his boss's home? I don't remember. I forget things sometimes.
Easy to make an exchange at Greenville because it's this little gas station. And when I mean a little gas station, it has a lot of traffic going through it, but most traffic is Greyhound. The most traffic that goes through is Greyhound. You have an Ingles grocery store that is right next door that has its own gas station.
Let me show. I want to show you guys this. Killer Looks, I hope you don't mind. I'm going to take my overlay down because you've got so much information right there. I want people to see and be able to know what you're showing here.
That more people would go to than this gas station, this convenience store.
Okay, so a gas station in Greenville. That's interesting.
It would have been so easy to arrange for somebody to be there to meet Summer Wells and go to Knoxville.
Did you guys get when I showed you? Thank you, Carrie. Did you guys get when I showed you a woman speaking about when she was very young and her mother actually was selling her out of a gas station, basically, right? Mom would go to a gas station and meet a guy, and, then she went with that guy. Her mom would take her, change her clothes, put her in something pretty, and send her with a man that she met in a gas station. I cannot say that's what happened here, okay? I'm not doing that. I'm just saying.
Yeah, exactly what you mean about Andy. I'm just not getting into that. I'm sticking focused on this. It would be so easy to have somebody meet Summer and take Summer to Knoxville from Greenville if Greyhound was used, or even if they just did a car-to-car exchange at this point. Nobody would have paid attention. Timed it right for a bus to be arriving.
I showed them that I don't need to fucking tell my fucking daughter to buy dope. I got plenty of money in my bank account.
Why that's so stupid? Stop it.
Well, that's what I showed them. They pissed me off.
And I can hear that 1,000 times. Him talking about law enforcement pissed him off. Excuse me, what fucking type of person is going to hear that law enforcement said that you sold your daughter for substances? And instead of going to law enforcement and saying, hey, let's work this out, Don is like, I'm going to go buy $2,000 worth of crack-a-lacka, and I'm going to blame it on law enforcement. right? There he is minimizing stuff again. In my opinion, Don would have went and brought the crack-a-lacka, whether law enforcement said that or not. I'm just saying.
People piss you off, you go out and do stupid shit. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, I get that, but they was the one talking stupid first.
That's comedy.
They told
They were the one that was talking stupid first. Okay.
me, they told me that they had information that I sent my daughter to a drug dealer for fucking dope. So I showed them different. I'm sorry.
Well, I don't know if they really had it. They'll lie to you, remember, they'll lie.
That's what they did. And then they told me.
They probably are tracking you.
You know what always got me? Don Wells would come on, creators' platforms and stuff, and he would say the most fucked up shit, right? And a lot of them were like, it's okay, Donnie. It's okay. Maybe that's why I never really wanted to talk to him, because I would be asking pertinent freaking questions. I am the trickster. I am.
They probably have trackers on every vehicle you own. I mean, I'm just saying.
Okay, but you know what happened after that? They called me into their office in Johnson City, TBI office. They said, don't do that again.
Don't do that again. Don Wells, we know that you went and brought $2,000 worth of illegal substances, and we followed you. Not only did you show us who you were buying it from, but over a 2-day period, you showed us every addict in town, because you handed it out like Santa Claus. So, and you're so fast in your vehicle, you just, we just saw dust when you passed us and lost us, right? All right.
I said, cool.
I said, cool. Cool, brother. I won't do it again. Not till next week, right?
We made peace with that day. I said, please don't arrest me. I fucked up.
What do you mean you made peace? Why were you mad at TBI? They were just looking for your daughter. We made peace that day.
Y'all pissed me off. We made peace. They told me what they did. I told them what they knew already. I had 5 TBI agents follow me around.
Then on separate occasions, Don Wells and Jody Sue's boyfriend, Andrew Bernard, would run off at night and be gone 3 to 4 days. According to Jody Sue, Don Wells would put...
Okay. Hold on, sweet people. Okay. I'm going to make sure I was on the right thing. Okay.
his vehicle in neutral and sneak off the property and go to Knoxville. Check it out.
He would just sneak off in the night, and I'd know by the next morning. Candace would be like, hey, did you hear Donley? I'm like, yep. And we'd know that he would be gone. It's just like Monster. He had his patterns too. And so in that way, we knew when each were doing their runoffs or whatever it was, but yeah.
Hey, Patty.
But they were pretty open about it. Plus, everybody around the area knew.
When she went missing, they usually won't talk to nobody. They say it on the hill stuff. But as soon as she went missing, they didn't leave that road down there. They stayed down there for 3 days, day and night. They did trying to hear everything that's being said.
I don't necessarily think. I think that Fred is trying to make that into a big deal. With all the traffic in that area, what else did they have to do? A lot of people would have sat down at the end of their driveway to watch what was going on. Fred is the one saying that he was recording everybody. Okay? Even Andy and Jody. Right? Don Wells does see him for sure.
I mean, it just made me feel like he's
paranoid.
Yeah.
She doesn't
And
want
then
anybody
the
to see
fourth
him.
day, he takes off to Knoxville and don't come back for over a month, and they get a restraining order.
And this is the timeline as far as, where's this timeline start? Yeah, this original timeline. I will pull that up. I'll put that, let me write that down. I want to put that on a community page.
Against each other and everything.
Murders, overdoses, fires, assaults. Police records obtained by 10 News show all of these criminal activities are taking place in some of Knoxville's motels.
Yes.
News reporter Caitlin Keenahan dug into the locations that see the most criminal activity and what hotel owners are doing about it.
Inside Knoxville's motels, some people are creating a home for themselves while others are just passing through.
And see, that's what, okay, so this came out on the news. They was talking about, you know, these motels and what was happening. Don didn't specify what motel his mom managed. I don't remember him saying where the location of it was. He came out and talked about the motel itself pretty much was closed. She reopened it, and the main thing was it pretty much reopened for criminals. The criminals even had their own security, he said. He puts himself as, for years, being associated with criminals, okay? Criminals.
You get off the exit and you turn left at the light and you're there. Like, I mean, it's just easy.
Alexis and Kiefer were the latter. Motel 6 off Cedar Bluff exit was their meetup spot at just $60 a night.
I mean, obviously we stayed there a couple times, so it couldn't have been that bad, but that's not somewhere I would want to go all the time.
It looked good online, 3-star reviews. But what they didn't know is this motel has the most calls for service for Knoxville police in the city.
We felt comfortable, like once we were kind of like in the room, but outside of that, it just was like, you had to be like aware, on guard.
That's not somewhere you want to hang out by yourself.
Over the past 5 years, this Motel 6 had more than 1,000 calls for service. Those calls range from suspicious people to assaults, fires, and overdoses.
I wouldn't advise any woman by themselves to like stay there and like walk around outside.
We requested an interview with Motel 6.
I wouldn't recommend any woman by herself, you know, staying at any motel, even hotels. Or sometimes men either.
Over the phone several times and in person. They declined to comment, but it's not the only motel with issues. Records from Knoxville police show in the past 5 years, Regency Inn on Magnolia got 959 calls. Super 8 on Merchants got 950. Executive Inn on Chapman Highway got 893. And Value Inn on Magnolia got 892.
This is obviously not a great solution or a situation for the community who lives around that. That's not a great situation for the business itself, and that's not a great situation for us when the police are having to frequently respond to the same location over and over again.
We had worked with KPD, and they told us that, hey, we've got to cut down all these calls that are coming through.
Harry Patel is the owner of Executive Inn, now number 3 on the list. But just a few years ago, it was number 1.
So we closed off all the exterior points where you can come in from outside. You can just go in from the inside. So that helped reduce the traffic and nuisance.
Harry says they followed suggestions of Knoxville police.
We give you safety tips, whether that's putting up a light here, whether that's installing hedges here, whether that's putting up a camera here. It's we essentially look at the design and the layout of your property.
So Harry,
Because see, that's the problem with a lot of motels is the traffic that comes in when you don't have a lobby that everyone has to pass through. Anyone can just show up to those rooms. Remember when Dawn, I don't remember what state they were in. Was it Arkansas? That he was sitting in the room and there was people were talking outside the door and shit. And he said, yeah, they come to me when they want something. It was really strange. It was really strange.
renovated the property and put up these gates and cameras.
Prior to that, we had a lot of guests that were staying on a weekly basis. I don't know if they were into drugs or whatever else. They had a lot of people that are coming in off the streets, visiting their room and leaving.
Executive Inn's partnership with KPD led to a year-over-year decrease in calls since implemented. The same is true for Value Inn on Magnolia.
We take all the IDs, we take all the precautions.
Ken T spoke with us over the phone about his property.
That's
There are handful of nuisance still out there. There are some prostitution problem out there. But we know those people and we just don't rent them.
I mean, I'd love it where we didn't have that kind of clients, but where are these people to go?
KPD says they don't want the owners to have to turn away clientele. They just want to find a mutually beneficial solution.
When you're frequently having to go to the same place over and over again, that pulls our officers away from doing some of the other stuff that might be of the higher public safety priority.
Knowing what you guys know now, would you stay there again?
No. We found better options if that time comes.
In Knoxville, I'm Caitlin Kinahan.
Wow.
Health businesses have multiple calls for service, and Knoxville police flag them as a potential area of concern. First, KPD will make recommendations for the business owners to increase safety. If they don't make the changes, they can be tagged as a nuisance property. Then, if nothing is done, the DA can close that property.
Wow. Okay, so absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, then we get to a chat. And someone says, Andy B, tell us about Playboy in Knoxville, right? Ziggy must have blocked him because he said, thank you for unblocking me, Ziggy. She says, feel free to respond, but sorry, I don't believe you at this point. Andy says, what about Knoxville?
So how was he supposed to go back to that motel again if he never brought her back?
Andy said he'd never been there. He hadn't been there. Now, one thing I found interesting is when the dancers talked about an individual that came with Dawn, they said he was young and wore a hat. I would think that anyone who's seen Andy Bernard would know and be able to describe Andy Bernard. That's just the way I see it, though.
And that's what he told her. He said, the homeowner will probably be mad because of this. If he comes out, kick you out of there. Do you know if the guy that came with Dawn was the same person each time? Yeah, she said it was always the same guy. She didn't say whether she didn't know his name. She really never gave me his name, really. She didn't know, like, she didn't describe him in any way. I mean, she said he was a younger guy. He was younger than Dawn.
He was younger than Dawn. This woman never described Andy Bernard, okay?
Or Donnie, if she got him. So... And one reason she heard Donnie's name is because he was a regular, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. She said they didn't have, like, a lot of drugs around here and that, so there was a lot of traffic. But they would be delivered to other people to, you know, just sit up there.
Now, don't forget, Andy talked about the van that pulled up at his work that had a lot of girls, right? Women, girls. Yeah.
They went down and all there and they gave him, what did is, they put a finger on it. And they took him to the 4 by 8 pieces of plywood that advertising service.
What you're seeing here is it's communications from Jody to someone else, right? Now, in this, it says Andy was locked up with a few years ago. Anyway, he came in for tires today. He recognized Andy, chatted, etc.
This is the
Right?
story.
Andy says he was a bit funny acting though, etc. Anyway, at the end, he asked Andy to come to the van. Now, maybe Andy didn't work on the van, someone else did, and that another technician worked the tire, and then he saw Andy and he invited Andy over, and so Andy never actually had any contact with that van up until the point that Stoney was asked Andy Bernard on over to look at the van. He mumbled something about girls, then opened the door and told Andy to look.
This is what interests me about this, that this individual didn't have a problem with telling Andy or anyone that the girls were in the van and why they were in the van.
There were girls in the van, obviously being prostituted and scared to fucking death.
But you never called anybody, right, Andy? You didn't call anybody about it, right? Just another day? Andy said, shit, I don't have no money to go so. There is a text out there, and I believe Jody put it out, where she jumped on him about spending money on, liver pills, I'll say. He says, I don't need to go buy those things. I can get those from my mom. Now, what kind of sticks with me about that is Fred's sister freely stating that just to make ends meet, her parents would have to sell their medication. Okay? That doesn't mean that her parents are addicts or anything like that. That happens more than you think in our society, okay? That happens more than you think. It doesn't happen just in a holler. It happens in all 50 states to make ends meet.
Prison? He knows Playboy from prison? Right. Don does? Yes, that's how you know.
Okay, so Don, he made a lot of friends in prison. You guys remember the story about he was good with all them gangs in prison, right? It's it. I have it in my notes. I can pull it up. But they all thought that he was just a spot-on king of kings because of where he was born. It's a long story.
Yeah, to start with. I wonder what prison. I don't know. See, so I wonder how long Dawn has been going there because she had 10 months and she's been there. Yeah, but I'm trying to think the last time that he would have been in prison though. I don't know. I was supposed to for quite a bit of years in prison. Wait, Playboy did quite a few years? Yeah, he done a few years, I think, in prison. Do you know what for? Or? I think it was a manslaughter, murder, or something like that. Maybe murder or something.
Now, this is the thing about this Playboy character. Like I said, they pulled up one person nicknamed Playboy, ended up being Allie's daughter's boyfriend or some crap like that. I don't think anybody has found any of that information.
Dawn. If you know Dawn, and what was really weird is she said that she was trying to cover up the bruises, on her face. Yeah. Or something like that, and he kept saying, he shouldn't see you like that, he should have done this and that to her. He said, why did I should kill him? And she said, no, I'd be in prison the rest of my life. She said, yeah, man, that's enough like prison, And he was like, well, no face, no case. And she said, what do you mean? She said, well, if they don't find him, they can't charge you with anything.
And Dawn said that also about a body, right? No body, no crime.
Oh my God. She's trying to, okay, brush it off, and she's like, either like you just dropped him off in the sewer, or put him in a septic tank, and nobody would have found him. He said the dad would have, deteriorated the body faster. He said, I know for a fact that it was either other people at the septic tanks and never went after this day. Oh my, she said he was just trying, or what, but she just was trying to tease him, or just like smiling and just,
Donnie told him that he didn't trust Candace, and that he thought that she put Summer down the septic tank clean out on the.
Mary said that Dawn said that to his dad. Now you're talking about a family that didn't know Candace, didn't know the boys. I think at first Mary said she didn't even know about Summer. Okay. From the beginning, in some way, shape, or form, I always felt like Dawn was trying to throw Candace under the bus. I am not saying, let's look at it like this. Dr. Phil, behavioral panel, they're like, Candace, you know something. It's on your mind. Something happened. You're just not, you're not letting it, your memory be refreshed on it. Right? Said it was their meetup spot. I don't know. Right?
Property.
Yeah,
Listen to the words carefully.
It's just a freaking old lady I was fucking with. I thought she was really trying to be a friend, and then when I found out she was trying to just hit me up for information, that's when I made up that ludicrous bullshit. So and I thought it was funny at the time, okay?
Yeah.
But it ain't so funny now or whatever, but.
This was about the $50,000. He said that he just told it. She's a creator. I'm not going to say her name, but just told this creator that just to mess with her. My question is, your daughter's missing. Why would you mess with people, right? Some people feel that way, May, for sure.
It's just, man, I was just fucking with her head.
Okay, now the other thing they think is that's one of the reasons that apparently someone was saying that's why maybe your boys were took, because they were worried the cartel was going to come.
No.
Okay.
I called them.
Your federal government doesn't want you to find these kids, because your federal government, particularly the finders, the CIA organization out of Washington, D.C., is the biggest motivating factor for missing children this number today. Why? For several reasons. Kids are used for body parts, sex slaves. They're used for satanic ceremonies, and they 10, 11, 12-year-old blue-eyed blonde-haired kid will sell on the auction block outside Las Vegas, outside Toronto, Canada, in a barn in Lincoln, Nebraska, using 3 locations I'm aware of, for $50,000.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That is very impressive, Killer Looks. Very impressive. Carrie, can you drop Killer Looks' link in chat? I have this video in the description, or I'll pull it up real quick here in just a second. I can do it. That is the truth. Thank you, Carrie. That is the truth. That is the truth. I'm going to back that up just a little bit and let you guys hear that again.
Maybe your boys were took because they were worried the cartel was going to kill you.
No.
Okay.
I called it.
Your federal government doesn't want you to find these kids because your federal government, particularly the finders, the CIA organization out of Washington, D.C., is the biggest motivating factor behind this children in this country today. Why? For several reasons. Kids are used for body parts, sex slaves.
Trigger warning.
Used for the satanic ceremonies.
Thank you, Carrie.
And a 10, 11, 12-year-old blue-eyed blonde-haired kid will sell on the auction block outside Las Vegas, outside Toronto, Canada, in a barn in Lincoln, Nebraska. These are 3 locations I'm aware of, for $50,000.
Man, my daughter's probably on the fucking streets right now somewhere. Nobody's listening to me.
Donnie, we can't do anything.
I know where she's at.
I know where she's at. My daughter's probably on the street somewhere. I know where she's at.
She's in a fucking motel room somewhere with some fucking barrel. Fucking some motherfucker trying to sell her with a little bit of crack cocaine. I know how it works.
He knows how it works. He knows how it works. He sure does. He told us the whole time that he knew how it worked. He told us the whole time. He started out telling about his life. The first thing was finding the magazines under his uncle's bed. Finding the smut magazines under his uncle's bed. Grown men doing horrible things to little girls.
Somewhere pulled up in a fucking motel room.
Donnie, stop letting your fucking mind go there, okay?
I've already been there. I've seen it.
Stop it.
Already been there. I seen it.
I'm just telling you what I'm telling you what I've seen with my own eyes.
I believe that you have seen this.
Somebody has heard of probably sexually, maybe beat the fuck out of her. Probably. I've been to some places where there were little kids, where people were trying to sell these little kids. Oh wow! I've seen a lot of shit.
And she came in and she was crying, and she said that she had just caught Donnie down on, well, it's famous 25th Street down here in Ogden, you know. And she said he was out there trying to sell little Donnie because he needed drugs. They were broke.
Now, you have to remember, his son, Donnie Jr., ended up being a registered offender. Now, he got hooked up with a girl who was younger than him. They say that the age wasn't, I'm not sure. I can't remember the exact ages. They also said that this girl had a baby and that at some point he was taking care of the child or something. JLR went to his home, showed where he was living. If I remember correctly, soon after that, he was taken into custody for not changing his address and reporting his new address. If I remember right, I think that's how it went. Right? Damn YouTubers. I bet that's what Dudley was saying too. Cher had Dudley up on her panel, and then Dawn came up there, and I think it was just a matter of a couple days. They ended up arresting Dudley. I think he had a warrant out for the math, you know.
Man, look, like Hart said, we here to speculate. We're not trying to cause no harm. We're not trying to say you did this or you did that.
Exactly.
Man, but if it stinks.
Okay, there's Summer on the milk jug. She's laying there on the milk jugs. The only question I had is if Summer had her hands, you know, if her arms were kind of folded behind her head, how'd she end up in this position? I mean, she had to have readjusted herself when she took her hands down, right? Why was her hat like that? That's her hood right there. Okay. Anyhow.
It's fucking rotten. I'm tired of playing with y'all.
I know.
What the hell y'all doing over there and being here? And that whole picture and everything.
Yep.
Is all some kind of payment. Well, what the fuck Don or y'all got yourselves into?
Yep.
Into too deep.
I agree.
When you get addicted to drugs, you will sell your whole soul to say hi. Imagine someone taking your daughter hostage. Yeah. Your beautiful daughter that you just got back, and they're playing games with your fucking head.
We fucking do. If not for those pesky meddling kids.
Damn, that's what I do. Catfish, Billy, baby, hello, how are you? You're my 9, numbers like a paralyzed.
I agree, Killer. I agree, sir. Absolutely. I've asked the same question over and over and over. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, we're going to hop over to KN. The link is in the description. Let's go ahead and look at this for a minute. Okay. I want to show you guys this too. I kind of sped it up a little bit, so if it's too fast, I'll slow it down again. Here we go.
Here's the one, though, that I wrote. 60
Killer Looks, thank you for your content. It is much appreciated. You have, to me, worked very hard on Summer's case. Congratulations to you. Congratulations. They were away when Don was working. Well, I have to play that conversation, Patty. That conversation, when he stated about just getting her back, that was a conversation he was having with Siggy. I have it transcribed. I could give you the whole context of that. So I've talked about that before, but I know what I took it meaning, and other people took it to mean something else. Hey, Marie.
Days later on the 30th. And this is the one that he responded to. Said, to who it may concern, once again, I'll read it. My husband, Fred Hill, told me something important last night that Don Wells told him the night CPS was alerted by Don Wells to come get the boys. I know Don Wells did that because that night Don went to Fred's at 207 Ben Hill Road and asked Fred for help. He was
But were you there, Ziggy? Because you just said your husband told you. And that would be something important. Why did he wait all this time to tell you?
frantically trying to come up with money for his drug dealer, and he seemed concerned that his sons would be taken just like
Hold on, she can't. She can't read
he was
her own
frantically
writing.
trying to come up with money for the drug dealer, and he seemed concerned that his sons would be taken just like Summer Wells. So that's why he called CPS. Don Wells was asking Fred to come with him to Knoxville to help negotiate a deal with the dealer on his debt. Don didn't mention if the dealer had Summer Wells, but I can only assume that's who Don Wells, and in my opinion, Andy Bernard, handed her off to. Also, Fred Hill wants to remind you guys about the white HHR that sat at Beach Creek, right across the bottom shed of property of Don's for days before Summer Wells went missing. And then suddenly the evening she went missing, it was gone. And also very important is the dark blue truck with tinted windows that followed Andy Bernard out of the hauler on June 15th, 2021. Please call with any questions.
Please call with any questions.
This is December 3rd, 2024, okay? This is going to give me anxiety. Okay. All right.
Yeah, which
There we
email did
go.
you get? I sent a couple.
The one about the dark blue pickup truck with tinted windows.
Okay, yeah. Okay, and so, okay, what do you want to know? I'm so sorry, I'm freaking been dealing with this. I'm extremely nervous. I've been getting harassed and I've been, yeah, I don't know if you know, do you know who I am by chance?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yes, I do. Yes, we know who you are. Why? I wish he would have said, why don't you put Fred on the phone? What would you think, honestly? Be honest about it. Okay. Picture that's not Ziggy. I know it's hard. Picture that isn't Ziggy having this conversation with law enforcement. She, just by the way that she sounds, what would you think? Dress it up.
So anyways, Fred's here. He's in the room just in case you need to ask any questions. But the reason why I sent that in is because, because Andy Bernard was on that road that day.
I believe I can fly.
And nobody was questioning him. And he says he was at work all day.
Both us, TBI, and FBI have questioned him several times concerning that. Yes, he was on the road probably prior to, but most important is this dark blue pickup truck with tinted windows that you felt was very important in this tip.
Yeah.
Why do you feel it's important?
Because, we feel like Andy was meeting him. Because another person, I promised to respect But it's we feel he was. There's another YouTuber who saw footage of Andy on the road on Simpson Road at 3:30. Another YouTuber who saw footage of 3:30.
You know, I've been trying to find a live I did. Lips was over here having a conversation, and she was talking about Candace was, I don't know where she was going, but they were going through Georgia or something. And Candace had taken a picture of the state sign, and because of the date on the picture that was sent to her, she questioned it. So she had Candace take a picture of her hand or something. The date on that picture was not the original date of that day. And I cannot find it anywhere. I have it, but I just see that's a lot of my stuff isn't titled. You never know what we're going to talk about, right? Same thing happened when Candace's foot a year apart. Put what video out, Marie? What are you talking about? Why didn't YouTube put what out?
7 p.m. Fred remembers us seeing a still shot, you guys showing him a still shot of Andy on the road with that blue truck, following like they were in the same still shot at 3:47 p.m.
Oh, you talking about the date and time on the photo? I thought, you know what? I believe Lips when she told that, because there wasn't any reason for her to make that up, right? Oh, the one Ziggy said the YouTuber has. Right, each time you take a photo or screenshot, the date changes to the date. No. That was, and I'll say allegedly, it was allegedly taken the day that Candace took the photos was not that day, the metadata was not that day. It was a different month and day from what she told me. So that's what I know. Like I said, I do have it in a live somewhere where Lips said it. I can't remember what exactly we were talking about, but I remember she said it.
Leaving out. Fred saw him on the road, like he had to move his trailer in order to let Andy by that day at around 3:47 p.m. And
do you know who's in the blue truck?
no, it was two
In the blue truck, it was just two people, but the windows was tinted so dark, I couldn't tell who was in it.
Yeah, the windows are tinted so dark.
Well, like I said, our agency, CBI, and the FBI have interviewed Mr. Bernard.
Well, he went on YouTube and put your guys' call on YouTube, just so you know.
No, man, I'm not arguing with you. If you don't have anything further, we appreciate your information. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Ziggy snitches on Andy for putting out his call with Pruitt. Zig. Girl. Okay. Here's Andy's call to Pruitt.
Detective Pruitt.
Yes, sir. How you doing today?
I'm fine. How are you?
All right. My name's George Bernard, Andy Bernard. I live at 125 Ben Hill Road. I was just trying to figure out some information, maybe, possibly.
What about?
Well, okay, for 3 years, I've been wrapped up in the middle of the Summer Wells case. For a while now, Fred, my cousin, has been saying that I was on the road that day. Nobody else has questioned me after I left my residence, when I separated from my...
You're cutting in and out, sir. I can't hear halfway.
This is the thing. Why would you need to call law enforcement? Because people are saying they have a video and you know that you weren't on the road that day, so there can be no video. Okay.
You're saying
Can you hear me better now?
a little bit.
Okay. I left my residence, didn't go back till September. I went through a separation in the process. I mean, I was just wondering, I was just trying to figure out if there was anything I could do, needed to do. Do you need to talk to me, see me? I mean,
sir.
Was I on?
Unless concrete leads come up that we can sort of verify the direction it's headed, we're just accepting concrete leads, and your name has not come up.
Okay. Well,
That, and I wouldn't put too much faith in what Fred Hill was saying.
well, I kind of knew that for the rip, but for 3 years, this has kind of been affecting me for 3 years.
I understand, sir, but like I said, your name is not relevant to the investigation. So
Relevant to the investigation. So you guys understand what he's saying, right? Listen to what he's saying. Okay.
For 3 years, this has kind of been affecting me for 3 years.
I understand, sir, but like I said, your name is not relevant to the investigation. So
Not relevant to the investigation. I'm gonna back that up. The wording is very important in this. Very important. Sorry, I'm low budget. I'm not good at this. Concrete leads.
Needed to do? Do you need to talk to me, see me?
sir.
Was I on?
Unless concrete leads come up that we
Unless concrete leads come up,
can sort of verify the direction it's headed, we're just accepting concrete leads, and
to verify the direction it's heading, they're accepting concrete leads.
your name has not come up.
Okay. Well,
That, and I wouldn't put too much faith in what Fred Hill was saying.
well, I kind of knew that for the rip, but for 3 years, this has kind of been affecting me for 3
I
years.
understand, sir, but like I said, your name is not relevant to the investigation, so you don't have anything to be concerned about.
Okay, I agree.
It's not irrelevant. It's not relevant to the investigation. It's not. You know, that I have my opinion about Andy, and I truly don't believe Andy had anything to do with Summer going missing. That's just my opinion on that. It is, I mean, it's all kind of weird, but you know. Now, did I do this? A year ago, I talked about Marlena, August 20th, 2024. Lips wanted me to go over a video or something that she had with Marlena. I do have, and I've said this, the text between Lips and Marlena. I'm sorry. It would be Lips and Marlena's family. And I am showing it. In this, I'll show it to you. Okay. Now, well, it's got Summer's best friend's name, Marlena's daughter, in it. And they're talking about Marlena. The thing that interested me, I guess I could drop the link to it so you guys can see it. Marlena said she had been helping Candace clean because of CPS. she was helping her clean because of sleeping. Let me go ahead and share it. Why not? Why the heck not? But this is mainly, like I said, family, etc., trying to find out exactly what Marlena was up to. They felt that at the time she should not have her daughter. So I'm not sure exactly what was transpiring. I mean, I know what was transpiring, but I did not take that as having anything to do with Summer. That had to do with Marlena, her daughter, and her family. This is basically, she said, she said. So Marlena said she was helping Candace clean over the summer. See, that's weird. So this had to do with Summer's clothes. Okay. So this says, I heard that Dawn took Summer's clothes and made a scent trail and everything when Marlena first told the story. Also, the story okay, let me read this, you guys. This is just crazy. Okay. I've heard that Dawn took Summer's clothes and made a scent trail. Everything Marlena said the story. Also, one story, he had to give her up and she was unalive and he had to live with that. And then she told that she really thinks Summer is still alive. Marlena said she was helping Candace over the summer. Hold on, I can't read. And the boys. Something about putting Summer's good clothes before they took Marlena's daughter home. She said they were drinking. And there was people in and out that week when she was there, but she didn't know them all. One thing different was, concerns me. I wonder if someone did something. Marlena wondered if something was being done to her daughter. Somebody had taught Journey how to dirty dance. She was on social media and Marlena had to shut it down. Marlena's boyfriend had gotten out of jail. But like I said, I don't know where that would pertain to Summer. Marlena definitely knew a lot of things. They're talking about not giving Marlena money. Here's the link to it if you guys, I'm commentating on it, so feel free to go watch it if you want. Like I said, I'm very guilty. I don't title my videos very correctly. But I definitely have a lot there. So This is some other personal. Oh, at some point, they tried to say that Marlena had taken some, allegedly had taken some birth certificates and things off of a woman. All right, hang on, you guys. Excuse-moi. Excuse-moi. Okay. So that's where we kind of ended up with a lot of different different stories coming in. Did it have anything to do with Summer? And I have to say, allegedly, about these birth certificates and things. I know what was said, but supposedly the woman had the, here, I'll show it to you. These are the receipts on the text. She had birth certificates, all information, signing them up for school. I mean, now this right here talks about Marlena's daughter had been playing with Summer. After Summer was gone, she was playing on the trampoline. She was swinging around, acting like she was dirty dancing or whatever. And Marlena popped off with, she don't care if she climbs a pole or not, as long as she brings mama the money. Okay. That's a weird freaking statement, isn't it? For sure. For sure. For sure. Like I said, there are many, many, many channels that covered Summer. And everybody has something worth offering, I think. Right? Let me go back to I don't know. I don't know, y'all. I wish I could make it make sense. I've never been here to make anything make sense. For sure. No, I don't believe, Marie, that Marlena lived with them. I think that they hung around up there. She hung out with Candace. As I said, her daughter and Summer were great friends. And that Dawn said, what, Marlena and her boyfriend were coming up there taking stuff. For sure. All right, let me go back to my clips. I gotta find that clip. I have to. It's gonna drive me crazy. It's gonna drive my OCD nuts if I don't find it. Na, 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 na. Indiana wants me. Lord, I can't go back there. You guys ever heard that song? Indiana wants me. Lord, I can't go back there. And I don't remember the rest or who sang it. For sure. Okay. And in the clouds. I'm mad at myself. I got the Judy chop, Judy chop. I found it. I found it. Okay. Without further ado, this is Don Wells a praying. Right. There we go. This is from Dee Dee. This is from Dee Dee, you guys. All right, here we go. Here we go. Just like everybody else, Moonflower. Just like everybody else. Ardeen Taylor sang it, Moonflower. Yeah, that's an old song, isn't it? All right. This is Don Wells. He was angry. He was angry at Cher because she was going to talk about the SDA Church and their adoption magazine process. I wish I'd had a heads up. I might have been able to be prepared for Dawn showing up. I had always said I did not want to talk to any people of interest. I really had no desire to do that. I know some people are like, well, you talked to Jody. Well, you know, Chris McDonough talked to Jody, and he said he doesn't like to talk to criminals either. So I don't find Jody to be a criminal. I am just saying, y'all. I really don't. Here we go. Watch out. Oh, wait, I got him muted. He started out with a shirt on, okay? He did. He started out with a shirt on. And I don't know why he took his shirt off, right? Freaking weirdo. But it seems to remain calm that the guy had done something that it was hitting him hard here in a couple seconds. Do you see his eyes roll up in his head? Satin. Right on. I would think that Jesus knows and understands the Bible. I'm just saying. Yes, he did. Oh, you ain't got no sound? Oh, I'm sorry. Well, let me fix that for you, darling. I told you I'm low budget. I'm low budget and proud of it. There, Carrie, thank you for letting me know right away. Some people, they would have been like, let me sit here for a half an hour talking smack, and then they would have been like, we didn't hear it, right? Yes, he did, Marie. He absolutely spoke of her that way. He did. He did, he did. All right, sweetness. Here we go.
I guess if it's all right, I'll say a prayer and I'll close and get off here. But anyways, I'll pray. And dear Lord God, we thank you for these truths. We thank you for the understanding of how Revelation and Daniel, how it unlocks Daniel, and I'm at a loss for words. Please forgive me.
Yeah, you are, brother.
But we pray, Lord, we pray for help in understanding these things, where things are just getting so bad in the United States and the world. It ain't like, the earth, like it says in there, the United States was like a lamb. It's getting far from the Christian lamb type atmosphere it used to be. But we pray, Lord, to please help us understand. I guess if it's all right, I'll say a prayer and I'll.
His eyes roll up in his head. Lord Jesus, help these people. Help them understand their sins. Oh. Sinners, sinners all around the world. Yeah, he always talks about Jesus, doesn't he, Sipsy? Well, I've seen a lot of hypocritical people go to different denominational churches, and they truly believe that they can do anything, and if they ask God for forgiveness, that he will forgive them, and their sin is absolutely okay. Do you think Summer could really be in that Tim's grave or something? Look, one thing I can say about Andy Bernard, he came out and stated that he was only involved because Jody Sue put him in that situation. He only came out to YouTube for the money. Andy admitted all that stuff. Andy admitted all that stuff. Pruitt said, law enforcement, TBI spoke to him. They spoke to him. They spoke it to him for sure. All right, let me pull up my here. Let me do this. Hold on. I have some clips of Andy Bernard. They said everybody's still a suspect. Everybody is still a suspect. For sure. For sure, for sure. Like I said, we really don't know who called law enforcement. We know that they said parents, and then they said the dad called in, right? So the parents with the S could have just been misspoken. He wants to sound good. Yeah, absolutely. They're putting her at last being seen at that house. At that house is where they're putting her last being seen. For sure. What am I looking for? What are you looking for? What are you looking for? Oh. Hold on. I have some really funny clips of Justin too. I caught you picking your nose, Justin. I did. I sure did. Candace Crane on Dr. Phil. Fred's polygraph for Cotton Simpson. Candace told Smiley she'd get a cease and desist on her. Hey, Carl's got some good stuff too. I can't remember the name of his channel. I always just called him Cake Hole Carl. Oh, Enchanted Life Path. Enchanted Life Path. All right, hold on. Oh, I got Don B drunk. Yeah. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood, a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Won't you be mine? Won't you be mine? Would you be my neighbor? Okay, let me pull my notes up real quick. Won't you be mine? Won't you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor? So we know Summer went missing June 15, 2021. The boys were taken in July. I can't give you the exact date that they signed the boys over. Do that. Let me get back to that phone call between Tim Mullins, and let's go June 28, 2021. The first interviews the Wells did after Summer got gone. These are my writings, so you got the way that it's worded is me talking, okay, to myself. Sounding scripted, they told the story of Summer's final day at the property, speaking with no emotion, no tears, not the what we would call normal for the parents of a missing child. Candace swearing Summer wouldn't walk away from the property by herself or off this yard or by her swing. Said she feels someone has came up here and took her and lured her away from here, stating, me, my mom, and her were planting flowers. We went in after we got done washing our hands. She got a piece of candy from Grandma. Wanted to go back in, see her brothers. I said, okay. I walked her all the way over to the porch and walk in to the kitchen where the boys were watching TV. Now, I know some people were like, hey, all three boys staying in the house for hours. Mom comes home. They go out long enough to help carry the groceries in, but then they sit right back down in front of the TV. Is that possible? Absolutely. When you get kids playing games, it's kind of crazy, right? Hey, okay, are you all sick of me yet? I've been on here 3.5 hours. Be honest. If you're tired of me, I'll get off here right now. For sure. Carrie, thank you for hanging out this long with me. I appreciate you so much. I do. For sure. You are much appreciated today. And it is a holiday today, everybody. Memorial Day. Please thank service members, first responders, for sure. Like I said, I'll drop the link if anybody wants to come up and hang. I'm sorry I didn't put it out there earlier. Oh, you're welcome, Sipsy. I have a lot of people who do a lot of things when they're listening to me. Are you grilling out today? I was invited to 2 cookouts. I just wanted to stay home. I just wanted to hang out at home. I really did. I just didn't feel like going and hanging out with a bunch of people today. Not that I don't enjoy their company, because I talk to them often, but okay. Let's see if I can find a conversation that this is me. I can't understand why if I thought that my partner, my husband, my boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever, had anything to do with a child going missing, my child going missing, or I feel they had done horrific, inappropriate things to any child, I could not find myself going back around that person at all. Now, Candace didn't seem to mind that Don had inappropriate relations with his 5-year-old stepsister. She didn't seem to mind that, right? She was okay with it. She was okay with it. Why? See, Lawson wasn't stupid, because when he said that they were not, that they had lawyered up, Don and Candace had lawyered up, what happened? What happened? Grandma comes out and talks, right? Of course, Candace didn't. Candace let Don come out and continuously tell the story. CW said that was none of her business. What was none of her business? For sure. Okay, let me find okay, let's move past that. Let me read a little bit of this. Now, one thing that was really weird to me was Don and Candace acting like they didn't know who Jose was. Now, you know, Don was gone to Utah, so he probably didn't know who Jose was. But Candace with Chris McDonough acted like she didn't know who Jose was. But did she act like that because she didn't want to get it started with Don again, right? What I remember, Moonflower, is one of the statements that Candace talked about was not getting into Don's phone. Okay? Not getting into Don's phone. A lot of people that bothered, it didn't bother me, only because I never got into Todd's phone. He had a lot of individuals' numbers due to work, and I just trusted that. I never mistrusted him like that. So I just never felt the need to go through his phone. And if you're looking for something, you're going to find it. You're going to find it. And I'm sure, you know, like Hunter said, these people know who to have on their phone or not have on their phone. I know people threw a fit over the phone that Tim Mullins had a Don's, which was weird because if he had access to the phone, why would he need to download anything at all, right? Why would you need to download anything at all if you already have access to the phone? For sure. Oh, here's the interview that Dawn had with Chris McDonough. Dawn from the beginning said, I believe my wife. If you mess with these sisters like that, what makes anyone think he wouldn't do that to his own daughter? That's what they say, Marie. That is what they say. Oh, me too, Sipsy. One thing I never did was interfere with any job that Todd had, for real. Well, Dawn didn't like Chris because of the talking about the shed. And I believe Chris McDonough has this over on his channel or something, right? But then again, I didn't have to deal with a drunk. I didn't have to deal with an addict. I didn't have to deal with that stuff. Thank God. At all. I was very blessed that way, for sure. Dawn told law enforcement she wasn't around. They wouldn't listen. Summer wouldn't leave from around the house. He said the boys went straight down where the power lines were, walking around looking for Summer. Okay. That's where the shed was, right? Thank you, Wee, for popping in, darling. Thank you. Dawn said law enforcement wouldn't listen, saying she was taken, had many questions with so many missing children cases ending with parental involvement. He just knew she was in somebody's car heading down the road. Did you notice anybody passing you, Dawn? Did you think to be aware of vehicles that could have been passing you? Vehicles that maybe you knew the vehicles? Oh, you were going 100 miles an hour. You was moving too fast. They did talk about a yellow vehicle that allegedly was seen or something speeding away from the area. But then you have to go back and, be aware that they said law enforcement said it, but Dudley's vehicle was yellow also. Dawn, from the beginning, not only wanted to math heads in the area, but he went after Dudley, right? Went after Dudley because he owed Dudley some money. So Dawn knew she was in a car headed down the road. He said that he was going to take his car and look here and there. And being in shock, he didn't know which way to go. So he got to the road, and search teams were bringing in their trailers and four-wheelers, which in turn bottlenecked Ben Hill and Beach Creek Road and couldn't get nowhere. So he is what? He's putting himself up on the hill, right? He was already in his vehicle. He says he stopped at the shed, but couldn't remember if he looked in the shed or not, right? Yeah, me and Todd were together for many, many years too. Many, many years. Police and law enforcement made it to the scene very quickly. He talked about Don seemed to be adamant that he let law enforcement know that she was not in the area. He said, probably didn't clarify on the phone to 911 that she was abducted because he wasn't sure at the time, but pulling up to the property, he knew she had been and quickly came to that conclusion, but law enforcement wouldn't listen. Again, stating to Chris McDonough that they would scare the heck out of Summer about bears and wildlife to keep her on the property. On the property is a big statement. That property was what, 11 acres? 11 and a half acres. I don't know, Marie, but that's what he said. He talked about the dogs. Dogs are stupid, would bark at nothing, would wander off for days not knowing where they would go. They would come back beat up and hungry, and they were not around that day. How do you know they wasn't around that day? How would you know that? You were at work all day, right? How would you know that? But you know a lot of things, right? Don claims he kept thinking it was 5:30, but the 911 call said 6:26. He said he usually worked till sunset, still thinking it was 5:30. Went to Hawkins County to do lie detectors, and at the time, they took the phones. All correspondence had been deleted from 5:30 on for that day. Dawn, Candace, and her mother. They gave the phones back pretty quickly, but they didn't even look at the phones for a significant matter of time. How do you know what they look for? Don said his first thought that it was some sicko hillbilly druggie had drug her out into the woods. Someone put her in a car, took her not far away. Right? Put her in a car, took her not far away. Said Candace putting pics and videos out on Facebook and TikTok. Wondered if it was a high-end thing. He brought Dudley into the story, saying he had seen people on meth before. That was different. Showed up late to work. helping someone clear land. He said he gave Dudley 50% of the business. All he had to do was show up. I am not going to get into him bitching about Dudley. We all know how he felt about Dudley. So, he went to work like it was a normal day, called Candace at some point. He believed she was at Walgreens and asked her, "What are you doing?" I guess she said something about taking him out to the lake or something. So I said, heck, I might as well stay at work late. No point in going home. Might as well stay late. Okay, so we know a lot of people have said and claimed that the boys were at work with Dawn that day. Could Dawn have had the boys at work, left work at some point to take them back to the house? But then if he would have, if he took Summer himself that day, you know, because something was going to happen on Candace's watch and he just knew it, how would we fit that into anything though, right? How would we? I'm sure at some point I had that all worked out in my head, right? He said he took the Subaru that day because it was just sitting there. He was making $600 a month payments and insurance, so why not drive it just because? From my understanding, at some point after Summer went missing, the Subaru ended up getting paid off. Am I wrong about that? And if you're in the bushes and you know the answer, please come in and tell me. I can't remember where I heard that, but I did hear at some point that the Subaru had been paid off. Because remember, after he wasn't working for Tucker anymore, how was he making that $600 a month payment? He couldn't find any work. He couldn't find a job. Okay. Dawn said he couldn't give an exact time when he arrived at work, having stopped for breakfast somewhere. But Jonesboro was where he was working at the Meadows, right? He worked all day at some point. Candace, he believed around 3 o'clock. This is, remember when I was talking about this and I said, Dawn said he believed that it was like 3:30 when he talked to Candace, and he believed she was in the Walgreens parking lot or something, right? He worked all day. At some point he called Candace, he believed around 3, thinking she might have been at Walgreens, and asking her what she was doing. She said something about taking them out to the lake. Wasn't sure if she was at Walgreens or headed to the lake. Okay, so we know it couldn't have been around 3 o'clock. 3:30. Again, he states he would just stay at work late. There wasn't any reason to go home. I don't think there's any way he could have not known if the boys were left home by themselves. But then you go back and don't forget that Candace told everybody in the vehicle to be quiet when Dawn called. And I never could quite grasp that in my mind. I can't remember how old the oldest boy was, but I know in some states, it's pretty young that you can be left at home, with your siblings or left at home by yourself, right? But we get into someone on the hill touching the kids. Candace said, no in, no out. Remember her saying that? Nobody in, nobody out. But how would she know if the boys went in or out, period? And supposedly Dawn's calling her and telling her this. Guess what it sounds like she wasn't in a hurry to do? Get back home to the boys who supposedly are sitting at home by themselves while an individual is up there trying to be inappropriate with kids. So he couldn't say what time he arrived at work. I have the time frame on my timeline where he said he got up at this time. Summer's foot was underneath him. He piddled around, wasn't sure what time he left for work. Wasn't sure about that at all. Not at all. Who is that? I don't know who that is. I don't know who the message is from. Okay. So again, stating that he thought it was around 3 o'clock when he spoke with her, and she was either on her way to the lake or at Walgreens. But don't forget, the picture of Summer in the back seat on the milk jugs was allegedly at what time? So you would think if she was communicating with Dawn at that time, that conversation, you would think Candace would be like, hey, girl. Oh, not girl. Hey, boy. I just took a picture of your daughter, or tried to. My mom did. She looked just like you, Donnie. Right? Don said CPS had been there. The day before. They were investigating over the BBs, the BB weapon. So Don figured he'd stay at work late, wasn't no reason to go home. His boss came by and said something to him about driving the new Subaru, putting his drywall tools in it, and also talked to other employees. Now, don't forget, okay, there, Tucker Drywall at his home, he had an area where work vehicles were parked. When you get into the housing development, there are individuals doing different jobs on different houses. So Don may have been doing drywall, maybe a house down. Somebody who also worked for the company was, maybe doing a different job on that home. So it was not a unnormal thing for other people that worked for the company to be close by, working in the same housing addition. So you've got Don saying he thought it was 3 when he spoke with her. Then he remembers Candace calling, panicking. He thought it was 5:30. See, it's kind of weird. Don thinks Candace calls him at 3. The video, picture, whatever, of 3:09, Candace's, they're setting up that to go along with the timeline, right? So the 3:09, a lot of people have that kind of started as a timeline. Don stating he talked to Candace around 3 o'clock. Kind of strange. He said he doesn't trust law enforcement. He showed all digital evidence upon their arrival. He doesn't remember what time he arrived home. Jonesboro is 45 minutes away. He was on Messenger with Candace while, hang on. Jonesboro, he said, is 45 minutes away. He said he made it home in about 30 minutes. He was on the phone with Messenger while Candace was driving around in his mother's truck, Silverado, if you must know, looking for Summer in the area. He was surprised they stayed connected the whole way. Typical day at work, he said. Spoke with individuals there. Did he give a time? I don't think he gave a time, did he? I would have to go back and look. I think Hunter said also that they were in Walgreens, right? Okay. Dawn talked about Candace's mom. Guesses she was talking to police or just standing there looking. The boys were looking for Summer. Dawn said he was the first one there. I mean, Dawn basically says he can make it home in a half hour. Dudley even talked about him speeding all the time, right? Dawn said he was the first one there. Law enforcement bottlenecked the road. No one could move. He said he was the first there. I think he changed that, saying that he didn't know if he was the first one or not. His first impression was to go to the bottom, the shed at the bottom, not going to the house first, going towards the creek, seeing the neighbors, seeing the boys on the other side. Then he knew someone had taken her. He assumed they were looking all over the house. He assumed they hadn't gotten to the bottom of the property, so he would drive down there first. He stated he didn't check the shed at first, or he couldn't remember if he checked in the shed when he was there at first or later. Said he doesn't remember, then went to the top to the house. Can't be sure if he checked the shed then or at a later time. Wouldn't you think if he was on the phone with Candace the whole time, he would know if she searched the house or not? Then when police came, he wanted to go question all these damn substance dealers. They reluctantly tell him to go ahead, saying law enforcement should put pressure on them, get a list of everyone they know, and if it was him, he would lock them up and then start asking questions. Oh. Kind of crazy. Crazy. All right. I've been on here 4 hours, you guys. Let me see what I was going to do. I did have specific pages wrote down. I can't remember exactly. Is what I even talk about over here interesting? For sure. What parent would say they didn't ever took their child to be arrested? Don Wells, because he'd been to prison before, right? He had been to prison before, so. Um, I'm looking at my clips. Like I said, I can't say who is guilty or innocent in this case at all. I can't do that. Let's see what I have here. I guess some of these must be out. They got views. They got views. Now, granted, I do believe that they knew nothing about YouTube at all. Nothing about YouTube. So, let's hear what Andy says about the "it's done" text. Hold on a minute. Okay, hold on. Why am I buffering? Buffering. The red truck is, I would have to go over and listen to Andy speak on the red truck. And remember, Jody said that she seen a guy in a truck. She could identify him and all that stuff. Okay, let's see what Andy says about the "it's done" text. Hold on, closed caption.
Text about.
I have no clue. I don't ever remember sending a text or having a text sent from my, about that. I don't. And I can't go back and look at a phone because I don't have the phone.
Jody has the
Who
phone.
has the phone?
Rhetorical.
I know, but I wanted him to hear it from.
Okay, Jody had the phone. He said that from the beginning. She had the phone. Wasn't sure. Okay, hold on. Okay. I have quite a few. A little Mr. Andy on here. I was trying to remember what he was saying. Not sure. Let me find my Andy text again. My Andy text. Okay, Andy talks about the Scream. He talks about there being 3 phones and a tablet. The done text. Being named. Party at the Wells. Dawn and Andy getting home around the same time. Now, Andy did say that he's seen Candace at the end of the hill, and she told him that Summer was missing. He did say that. He talks about hearing Jody saying she heard the scream. he says that, through them texts, she doesn't let him know that. He talks about what time he got home. Said they were all just neighbors. Won't you be my neighbor? Yeah. Let me, here. I'm not sure what this one is. He is in a, he's in a street sweeper. That's why it sounds so weird. All right, let's see what this one is. I think I seen Candace when I was coming in. What we? Oh, I totally, I don't know. When they finally find out find out what really happened, I think a lot of people are gonna be like, wow, we never thought of that. And I think also too, like I said, please go check out Killer Looks and his content. There's a lot of times that I truly believe that I'm overthinking everything. Overthinking everything, right? Okay. I don't know why you're not getting any, but I will refix it and see if I can fix it for you, Sipsy. And Andy's got a channel too. Y'all can go check that out if you want to. And, find contradictions if that's what you're looking for. Hold on.
When I got home, we parked the car and I started to help look. I think I seen Candace when I was coming in.
He said, I think I seen Candace when I was coming in. He also says that he went and started to help look. Candace and them say that he showed up there like at 8 o'clock, after 8 o'clock, something like that. So that doesn't mean that he wasn't down looking around to try to see if he could help find her. That doesn't mean that. That just means he didn't go up to the hill, go up on the hill until later on at that time.
So you saw Candace when you were coming, because you guys were all standing down there, like at the end of your driveway down by Ben Hill, right?
I'm pretty sure I was at the end of the road talking to somebody when I finally seen her or seen her. I think that's when she come in or out in the truck one.
Candace
you guys
did.
hear this, right?
That's new, isn't it? I don't think I've heard that before, because
when I got home, we parked the car and I started to help look. I think I seen Candace when I was coming in.
Thought he seen Candace when he was coming in. I don't know what you mean. Can you kind of elaborate on that for me?
So you saw Candace when you were coming, because you guys were all standing down there, like at the end of your driveway down by Ben Hill, right?
I'm pretty sure I was at the end of the road talking to somebody when I finally seen her or seen. I think that's when she come in or out in the truck one.
Candace did. That's new, isn't it? I don't think I've heard that before.
Okay, I'll let that play a couple times. All right, I'm getting my butt off here. I've been on here 4 hours and 15 minutes. We can take the last 15 minutes. Let me see where I was on. Hold on. I want to see in my notes why I had these pages marked. That's Benny's key. Benny talks to Tim Mullins. March 21st, 2022 is the date I have on that. The big conversation was about the cell phone. He seems to think, okay, so Don was supposed to be at work. He's driving 90 miles an hour to get home. If you go by 5:30, we are talking, if Don left the job site, I'm not going to get into all that today. We'll do that another time. Thank you, Carrie. Let's do a let's do another Toby Keith song because we love Toby Keith. He was always there for our men and women in the armed services. Bless his soul. Bless his soul. All right. Thank you guys for hanging out. I didn't have a lot to do. I don't know if anything we talked about really helped anything. But like I said, please go check out Michelle Walks. Please go check out Killer Looks. Check out NK. Actually, let me check something real quick before I leave. Just very quickly. Very quickly. Never mind. I'll do it next time. Remember our soldiers today. Memorial Day. Go have fun with your family. Cook out. Have a little beer if that's what you like. Do your thing. I am going to go in there and see what I want for dinner. Even though I'll be getting a lot of leftovers, I'm sure. But for sure, for sure. This is courtesy of the Red, White, and Blue, The Angry American by Toby Keith. Peace out, everybody. Have a great day. Be you, do you. For sure. Thank you. I found 2 things I'm going to show you really quick. Okay. Listen to this. Oh, wait. I got it muted.
Door. Come on. Really? Come on. Don't break the fucking door. Open it then. You dumb bitch. Oh.
You guys remember that? Let me play that one more time. November 6, 2021.
My fucking door. Come on. Really? Come on. Don't break the fucking door. Open it then. You dumb bitch. Oh.
Let's show you one more. Go check out KN, you guys. She's got this one too. Listen.
You a real dumbass. You a real dumb fucking ass. They just didn't when you throw me in the punch.
You throated me in the punch. You guys remember that? You throated me in the punch. You throated me in the punch. All right, I'm off here. Thank you guys for hanging out for 4.5 hours. Peace out. Have a good one. Justice for Summer. Justice, justice, justice. I agree totally with Killer Looks. Many, many times I've said they need to quit playing games. It's almost been 5 years. Quit playing games. Bring that baby home. Bring her home. All right. Have a good one, y'all. Happy Memorial Day.